have the saves against the Cataclysm and that silence. What I'm wondering is how will Varroja actually play around that? Because these initiations, they could be a bit devastating for the side of YG. Or rather, for the side, for both sides, in fact. I think the initiations is definitely something to keep our minds on.
10 seconds remaining.
Or rather, our eyes on. Both our minds and our eyes have to be set on the kind of tempo both teams are bringing in. Last ban is going to be the Faceless Void from YG, and from Varroja, it will be the Spirits banned up. Now, the Storm is still available in the pool, but you may not want to play a Storm against that Ancient Seal. So what are you going to go for YG? Young PH does have a very diverse hero pool, I will say that. The Beastmaster is available for him if he does want to go that route. Just match that front line, go at it with your Mars. As Varroja, they do have the Underlord and the Tiny. So they already have their frontliners picked up. And the Beastmaster with that BKB can just shred Varroja's lineup. Most of the Varroja's lineup is just magical damage. Some pure damage, of course, with the Invoker too, but mainly just magical damage. And you can't toss the Beastmaster back if he has that BKB. And it will be, in fact, that Beastmaster coming up for YG. Young PH on that mid lane Beastmaster, it has always been really impressive. Let's see, though, if BO3 can hold him back. And, in fact, what Varroja will pick up for their carry pick.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero.
It's going to be a Timbersaw that comes out by Varroja's side. Who exactly is their carry? Is it an Underlord carry? I think it is. Buhao is their support, so they're going to be playing with an Underlord carry. This was something that they, or rather yesterday, we saw the side of, let me just go back to see who it was. It was Atlantis who went for an Underlord carry themselves. So Varroja taking a page out of Atlantis' playbook, it is going to be CJ on that Underlord. And I have to say, the Clinks, if you do get caught by the Underlord, who comes in with a lot of burst damage himself, just that Atrophy aura stacking up, and now you have so many frontliners. Even with Vomi on that Timbersaw, you have such tankiness, and maybe this pick by Young PH, this Beastmaster pick, could be in trouble, because I don't see how the Beastmaster can just go toe-to-toe with the Underlord, or even that Timbersaw. It's going to be very hard to lock them down. Sure, you do have that Roar, and Varroja don't have any saves, but maybe that, so maybe that could be enough. But I mean, Varroja do have that counter initiation, so I think this is going to be a game where YG will have to play at least a bit passive on Young PH, get to that BKB timing. Sure, the first two items are going to be that Aghanim Scepter and that Blink Dagger, but you may want to get to that BKB. And once you do have that BKB, you could potentially fight back against CJ with this Underlord. You know, just use that BKB and throw in everything you have to try and take Vomi and CJ down, and you could have a good game there. But overall, when we take a look at this overall draft, I do think it is pretty much even. I think the tempo is in favor of Varroja, and I think the pressure will really be on Skill-Lay and Lun in order to keep their heroes alive against the kind of commitment Varroja will bring into these team fights. Game will be paused, as that does give me time to insert the logos here.
Are you okay? Beast bump! Beast bump!
There we go. I have inserted the logos for all of you. Will definitely be interesting to see how the game actually pans out for both sides. And again, this is just one of the upper bracket matches. We've already said goodbye to both Yasho as well as Ivory. Interestingly, they were both 2-0'd in that lower bracket round 1. But I don't expect this matchup between Varroja and YG to end up in a 2-0. I think that the last several times both of these two teams have gone at it, it has always just ended up in that going to that third game. So that's definitely going to be interesting to see how these teams do maneuver around. The next matchup is, of course, going to be between Shark Squad and Carstensz. That should, again, be an interesting matchup, as Shark Squad didn't exactly have a very convincing group stage run, but Carstensz did. In fact, Carstensz actually lost to YG, so, okay. Definitely something to be interesting, something interesting to be had there. Less than 1,000. Well, I mean, there's no real goal lead advantage, but the neck and neck even between both of these two sides as far as the draft is concerned, because neither side actually has a win probability. Some heroes do skew that unnaturally, but this game won't really have that. Carstensz does seem to be the target of this Smoke of Deceit play. And Klinks really has no survivability. You don't have that skeleton walk until you're level 6. And Carstensz, unfortunately, is just going to run into Varroja. They will come in with that Sunstrike, and Buhao will be the one to draw first blood. This is a tale that YG have been stuck in as far as a looping pattern goes. Often at times they do end up losing first blood this way, where Carstensz is in the lane, but unfortunately drops down early on. But could really happen to anyone. They have also set up a neat observer ward behind the lane, so they'll be able to see any couriers come in. Buhao should be looking to snipe out those couriers, as Carstensz will likely teleport back to his lane after grabbing up enough gold for his magic wand. Mid lane matchup is going to be... Oh, nice absorption of that Sunstrike, making sure that Bota doesn't end up with a kill on that range creep of optimization coming in from Young PH. And this mid lane is one where I don't see either side to be coming out ahead. I think it comes down to which support is going to be rotating in, because it is an ideal lane to rotate into. You want to take Bota down, you want to take Young PH down. Both of these two teams want to be at these mid laners' throats, because whoever comes out with an advantage towards that mid lane is going to have an advantage building up for their team overall. These are both playmakers for both teams, and they're the ones who are going to be looking to create openings. So who's going to be the support to create an opening for their team? Skillday will
Fight me.
pause the game, and the go call will be sounded out. Juju as well as CJ. This Underlord and Skywrath Mage, you don't really see the Skywrath Mage position 5 that often, but I suppose it can work because CJ is playing a very tanky carry. And I think this is kind of similar to, you know, if you this is kind of an off lane that exists for Varroja right now, because normally you have the Underlord and Skywrath Mage on that off lane position, so this is the exact same. However, in an off lane, you have the carry against you. Over here, you'll have the Mars, as Buhao ends up falling towards that bot lane. I mean, this is a pretty potent combination coming in from the Tusk stack team with Carstensz with the Searing Arrows. This is too much damage for the Tiny to get caught with, and Buhao really needs to be good with this position. Unfortunately, they are playing a 2 melee lineup against Carstensz, who is playing a range hero. Carstensz should be a bit careful. Now, there's going to be the Death Pact, so he can have that sustain built into his lane. At the same time, no real action happening around the map. Lost hits, we do see Bota very far behind, and I mean very far behind. 4 lost hits for this Invoker, just a single creep wave worth of CS against Young PH, who is on 15 lost hits. He is completely outplaying Pota and destroying this Invoker. I mean, you don't need any rotations coming in for YG if Young PH is able to have this kind of a record build up. And so should be a pretty good matchup, I think, overall.
Are fortified.
Does have that Hawk, and Pota has no movement speed. That Hawk is going to stun Pota down. No Ghost Walk available because no Vex up for this Invoker. Young PH will be able to pick up a solo kill, and this is again another one of those loops that YG have found themselves in, but it's a pretty favorable loop. I mean, time and time again, we've seen Young PH over on that mid lane overwhelm most Southeast Asian teams' mid lane players, and he's just able to acquire solo kills. Every single time I've seen YG play a mid lane Beastmaster, Young PH is able to get away with this. You would imagine by now teams would be better prepared to bring their supports in case they're feeling overwhelmed on that mid side, but this is a clear win for YG's mid lane, and I don't think the Invoker will be able to recover the lane from this outside of overextension Young PH will make, which quite honestly could be possible. Young PH with this kind of an advantage may have that false sense of security, may have that false confidence come up. Buhao once again got up, will have the mana for that toss come in, but is it going to be enough? KSH will think twice about chasing. Womi wants to chase after KSH but has no more mana. It's going to be Buhao who will actually survive at the back of getting one more mana come in. And Womi, unfortunately, if he had the wand of mango clarity, anything over here, he could have been able to grab up another kill, but it will not happen. Spota level 4 on the Invoker against the Ringmaster and Young PH. He is well, unluckily forced to just watch by as his tower falls, but a dagger is actually going to clip him. Skill Lay coming in with a long-range skill shot, but the Skywrath Mage is teleporting in. Juju here to protect that Invoker. Unfortunately, Pota's just incredibly low. Then Young PH will drop down that roar, and Pota will be the one to force to watch. As he loses his Skywrath, he also falls himself. Young PH able to come out with a long-range wall access, able to take out that tower, do a killing spree for this Beastmaster, a double kill for this Beastmaster, and really YG are getting everything in this early game. Even that bot lane doesn't look too good for Veroja, but they will find the toss back on towards Lun, might be able to take him out. Unfortunately, Lun wasn't able to catch the Timbersaw inside of his shards, as he does go down, so at least Veroja are able to come up with something towards that off lane, but man oh man, does that mid lane look really shaky. Momo is, well, he has 2 bracers. It'll be interesting to see which item he goes for, the Yules or the Blink Dagger. As they want to make yet another initiation, it's actually going to be Juju tossed in towards KSH, and KSH, he does have some survivability as Womi does miss his few spells, but has that Whirling Death, but it's actually a perfect set of shards come up by Lun. He blocks Womi, unfortunately will not be able to keep his carry alive. KSH will go down. Surprising that Young PH did not make a move here, as he does come in, but is a bit too late with this. If he drops down a roar, someone could die, but Young PH, he is wasting a bit of time, and it is a lot of space created by Veroja. Pota should be able to recover ever so slightly on the Invoker. Doesn't even have a Boots of Speed yet. It is coming in now. Has that Null Talisman too. Pota. Decides not to go in for the chase. It does throw down that Tornado as well as that Chaos Meteor. In fact, it's going to be CJ who will decide to come in. Throws out a pit. Buhao not yet being able to find that toss back. Does find it, but it's on that Tusk. Unfortunately, CJ is held back from his team with an arena. Momo will also join the fight, and it will be Verosia who will lose both of their heroes. Buhao as well as CJ fall. Momo will be the one to end up with a double kill. Infuses a lot of gold into his net worth for that Blink Dagger that he has queued up. Pretty good as far as his itemization is concerned. I mean, he's on track to be able to get it at a neat time as Young PH does pick up the first component of his Aghanim Scepter. Very deep fight, but they managed to get that job done. Now, it will be Young PH punished for this. He does get tossed back, but the escape act will absorb many of those auto attacks coming in from the tower. Juju trying to throw in his bolts there to try and take Young PH down, but unfortunately the concussive shot will be absorbed by Skill Lay instead. As Young PH, he's quite fine right now, has that Arcane Rune to use, but wants to keep himself safe. Unfortunately, it's a Sunstrike that's not really going to land. Young PH sidesteps it. Unfortunately, did go down. He held on to his Arcane Rune because he did get a bit too greedy with that. Skill Lay will also go down. He should have been able to survive. All he had to do was use that Arcane Rune, start sipping up those bottle charges, and he would have been fine. But he played it a bit too greedy. He wanted his cake, and he wanted to eat the cake too at the same time. And unfortunately, that can't really happen.
Got it.
CJ, Mask of Madness up for the Underlord. The only question is, what is the status of the Underlord as far as the net worth is concerned? I mean, pretty good. Second place position in terms of net worth. Can't really compare yourself to Young PH right now because the Beastmaster is quite frankly on a roll. 3-1-3. Has the Wild Axes, can essentially free farm here inside of the jungle. And almost has that Aghanim Scepter built up. I mean, all he really needs is that one additional component of that Aghanims. It is going to be Carstensz on the move. Inside of that Skeleton Walk, they want CJ. Momo will head on over, pop the arena. CJ is going to be skewered to the arena's walls and will be brought down by the Rebuke. And this tower is also very vulnerable. Verosia not really bringing anyone in. They're on a move of their own, but Young PH is going to realize something is amiss.
Top tower is under
Good map awareness coming in by Young PH. Every single time you make a move on the other side, no one's teleporting to defend their carry. That should send alarm bells. That should mean that Verosia are quite frankly up to a move of their own. So Young PH decides to abandon the jungle play. And an Observer Ward planted against him too.
attack.
Momo? Oh, Mystic Flare comes out on top, and they'll be able to bring him down. I mean, this combination of Buhao and Juju, the Tiny and the Skywrath Mage, certainly packs in quite the punch. And YG still assessing how they want to transition further. Content on farming up just for now. I mean, they do hold a top 3 net worth. And it might just snowball even further. Womi does find a Timber Chain out, and his Chakram actually slows Lun. But the Searing Arrows, are they going to be enough from Carstensz? Womi, no! For the Walrus, he did not want to chase too far deep, and he did. Womi will end up with the kill instead.
Bottom tower is under
Skill Day will pause. Young PH did find the Observer Ward deny here. Go call will be sounded out. Momo is very close to his Blink Dagger. Now, once he gets to that, perhaps they'll be able to make some plays on the Invoker. But as of right now, he's not really making any kind of a play. Young PH does have that Aghanim Scepter coming in at the parcel now, and they'll immediately go for a Smoke of Deceit. Now, there's quite a bit of vision set up on Verocia's side of the map. Unfortunately, CJ, he's farming up in his jungle, but they don't want to go for the Underlord. They want to go for a Pota. He does manage to run back to safety.
Radiant are scanning.
As YG, they're still on the hunt. And in fact, they do come up with a scan too. They know where CJ is. Well, I mean, they know where someone is, but surely no one else is going to be farming in that spot. CJ will be able to make it back to safety, unfortunately for YG, and this rotation is not really going to provide any value. But does mean a bit of space created for the side of Verosia. They can go back to farming up, Pota can go back to recovering, who has now built up that Gaia, so he does have quite a bit of farm on the Invoker. Vomi is also doing really well. He got that kill earlier that we saw. He does have the Gaia himself, almost has a Sanjin Gaia built up. Just needs that
Radiant's bottom tower
Sanj component,
attack.
which he'll have in about 200 gold, so can just take apart both these two creeps. He'll go for the Shrine of Wisdom first.
Dire
Juju wants the Shrine of Wisdom. Oh, rather, Carstensz try to snipe it out. He won't be successful, unfortunately. Carstensz will give up his life for it. Sunstrike will come down, and Pota will be able to make a fantastic recovery at the back of Verosia that's coming in, making sure there's no sneaky business being committed to by YG. Yeah, Sedge has the Desolator on the Clinks. As it is going to be Buhao
tower is under
who
attack.
throws in the Avalanche. A lot of numbers available from YG here. In fact, they have their entire lineup. Should just be going for a Smoke of Deceit after Young PH takes apart the Creep Wave, or rather the Neutral Cramp. And they do go for that Smoke of Deceit. They'll head on over towards Juju, who will be caught out. Not the ideal target. I mean, they'll take him. They'll have to be happy with the skill, but they wanted more, quite clearly. Just a support Skywrath Mage, and Verosia will be happy for their support to actually tank that. Now, if they can get two supports here, that would be downright amazing, and they will. So, one support, not that good. Both the support duo, that is... And you have the tower added on top, so they do get quite a bit with that one full team move.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Aghanim Scepter also up for the Beastmaster. As the Invoker almost has that Aghanim Scepter himself. It just needs about 700 gold for it. And once you have that Cataclysm up, I think that CJ will look to play with the team. Has his Harpoon almost at the ready. Oh. Buhao gets taken out. As YG move on inside of the pit, perhaps this could be a sneaky maneuver. I mean, KSH was revealing himself towards that top side, so Verosha may not have the perfect idea that this is happening. They will scan it out though. YG will also commit to a scan, and they will realize that a counterplay is coming in. They'll only leave Momo in. However, it's going to be Young PH who descends upon Pota and will also be able to take CJ out. Momo will catch Juju, and Verosha, they cannot defend the Roshan anymore, or rather contest Roshan, as it will be a YG victory as far as that is concerned. I mean, you do have Buhao as well as Womi here, but do they really want to commit in? They're still in the arena, still a Wheel of Wonder. It's going to be Buhao who go in for a 3-man avalanche, but it is going to be a bit underwhelming since he doesn't have any real follow-up coming in. It will be yet another kill as Young PH is able to secure that Aegis. I think they expected Young PH or at least someone to be a bit low there so that they could take them out with that avalanche toss play. Unfortunately, no one really was low, and no one should be low there inside of that Roche pit, right? They're both strength-based heroes. You can absorb the damage equally. If Pota was alive and if he had the Aghanim Scepter, that Cataclysm, honestly, would have wiped out YG inside of that pit. But it is a case of an alternate reality.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Womi does have that Sanjin Kaya.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mask of Madness up
Radiant's
for
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
CJ, but the question is, how does he actually fight here? I mean, he really does need that BKB, otherwise he's just gonna get chain locked. Roar, Tame the Beasts, Walrus Punch, Arena, just so much disable and control for this Underlord that unless you go in and create a setup for CJ, right, and he can come in through the Fiend's Gate, that is potentially a way that this Underlord could join the fight.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They will still commit to a play. They'll take apart that Tormentor, and they'll be able to find it relatively easily. They'll have to hightail it out of here, and they will. However, Vomi will get caught. He was trying to go through the gate, and that takes a lot longer than your teleports do. So it will still be a kill for YG, a 3,000 net worth advantage in their hands right now, and they can start to look for these tier 2 towers, which are quite vulnerable, considering you have that Aegis, right? So 2-minute duration, you have a BKB up to Young PH is nearly uncontestable against unless you get off a perfect team fight. Can use the low control you have to lock him down and throw down a Cataclysm that will be enough damage because it will also go through his BKB. Oh. Womi, so rather CJ going through the gate will not be possible. There's going to be a Wheel of Wonder sent out on top. Cataclysm will not help CJ out. He's going to go through the gate again, but it will not be successful. CJ will fall for the 4th time. No real value coming in from this Underlord pick. And it will also be a Roar committed on towards Pota. He will also fall. Young PH is on a dominating streak, and there's certainly quite a lot of value found on the kind of picks YG have come in with. Even the mid-side tier 2 tower is going to be very vulnerable. Without 2 of your cores, Verosha cannot defend this. So YG will have quite a lot of value for the Aegis. And it's even at a 1-minute duration. You could go for the last remaining tier 2 tower if you wanted to. Juju.
Tower is under attack.
They might initiate on him, so he needs to be a bit careful. I mean, Momo is still standing there towards that low ground, waiting for anyone to show their face. Seems like no one will, though. As Pota towards that bot side. YG are gonna get crunched here. They do have an avalanche, but they have BKBs on YG's side, so I'm not too sure for Veroja here. Vomi will also end up going down. A quick and easy counter initiation coming in, as Young PH overall was also looking for a roar play. It will be a tier 2 tower. Again, the last remaining tier 2 tower picked up, and even though Young PH does not have that Aegis, with the fact that Vomi is down for about 30 seconds, they could at least apply some chip damage, some pressure towards this tier 3. Particularly as KSH comes in with the Desolator. They have caught Pota. They don't even need the roar. They have an amplified damage rune up for Young PH2. He can just activate it, take apart this barracks in the blink of an eye. But they won't use the amplified damage, in fact. They'll just hold on to it. Okay, never mind. He will pop it just now. 11,000 of a lead up for Young PH. Or for the side of YG. Young PH himself actually has a 7, or rather a 10,000 lead compared to his opposing mid laner. And with the amount of damage KSH has on that Clinks, they bring this tower down to about half HP and do decide to let it go. Pota was respawning, so YG will show a bit of respect to Baroja.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Veroja thinking about how they can make their entry, but they don't have the BKBs. That's the big problem. CJ does have it now. Pota, no BKB up for him too, so you just have to be a bit careful. They perhaps got a whiff of Young PH there, who only needs about 100 gold for his Shiva's Guard. They will catch Skill Lay. They actually dropped the Cataclysm on top of the Ringmaster, so that's going to be down for about 70 seconds. As such, they're teleporting towards that bot lane. I believe CJ took out the creep wave, so CJ could be vulnerable. However, we'll realize something is awry. They'll actually... CJ wants to move in to protect Buhao. I don't think CJ can do this. He does have that Mask of Madness. There's going to be a high five thrown out by Young PH as it takes apart that Underlord. Vomi couldn't come there in time, but now decides to perhaps throw out a few spells. It's a great setup coming in by Pota with that Chaos Meteor. They'll throw out the Tornado. Young PH and KSH, they will not get clipped by it, but do get pushed back. It'll be Juju with that Ghost Scepter able to teleport out. And as Young PH no longer has that roar, it will be a 2-2 even team fight. But still, CJ went down. Even though he went down, you do get a lot more gold up for Veroja than you do for YG. But still, the gold lost for YG wasn't on any of their cores, apart from Momo. Right? KSH and Young PH still got something for that. Lone does have that Blink Dagger. So too does the Ringmaster. Both supports on YG actually have the Blink Daggers. Are they? There are 4 Blink Daggers on YG. They also have a Desolator. They also have Buhao. Walrus Punch. A lot of damage coming in from Lun.
Radiant's top
Level 2 Walrus Punch, around 250 damage if a critical strike. That's around 300 damage coming in for the Walrus Punch. No stun duration though, but it does interrupt you still. Observers and sentries will be taken out as YG. They move inside of the Roche pit. They want to take down Roshan. And they should be able to find it. I mean, there's a banner up for grabs. There's be a tornado coming in as Podel almost took out Roshan by that Sunstrike. Barely off the mark. Good attempt coming in by him, but they'll need a more significant attempt at this team fight. Now, it's only a 7,000 lead. You could theoretically find the right team fight here. It's just going to be really hard. But CJ, he does have a lot of farm, has that BKB, could potentially look for a fight. Just needs a better opening than the one he came in with last time around. I mean, we saw Young PH with the BKB. He was able to defeat the Underlord in a straight up wasn't a 1-to-1 fight. Momo was there. But the big thing is the difference maker is going to be that Atrophy Aura. You stack enough damage on the Underlord, you could look for a 1-to-1 fight. But it's not against Young PH though, right? You kind of have to fight against KSH, who has a Daedalus and a Desolator on the Clinks, and as well as a Burning Barrage. So he comes in with a lot of damage. Banner will be dropped down, so the range creep actually has that protection. Buhao is going to be able to toss KSH in, and they'll drop down that Cataclysm. KSH will instantly pop, but he has a second life. It's going to be the rest of Baruja who will disengage. Hoda is going to unfortunately be caught in as KSH Hurricane bites himself away, but caught with the harpoon of CJ. He'll be able to take KSH out as Young PH. Where is this Beastmaster? He's trying to take out that Timbersaw. Will not be possible. Oh, no, rather, the roots do come in, but Momi, he has the forced off. CJ will end up with a triple kill. And that is essentially the satanic complete for CJ. Now he can truly fight 1-to-1 against that Beastmaster. For YG, this was a big loss. This means that the game isn't nearly going to be pretty much even between both of these two teams.
Got it.
Radiant are scanning.
Refresher Orb is up for Young PH though. 31 minutes in, this Beastmaster has 23,000 net worth. Young PH certainly farming up like nothing else that I've seen before. I mean, to be fair, I've seen it quite a lot. Especially on Young PH. I mean, he almost always seems to find this kind of farm. They'll go for the Tormentor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They're still hunting for the Tusk. Unfortunately, Lun has gone through the gate. Not really able to find anyone. I think what YG are waiting for is that next Roshan, but I have a feeling that Veroja, they're waiting for Roshan right alongside YG. Teleports will come in. Womi, though, he'll be able to teleport, or rather blink away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
KSH almost has that BKB. Once he does, that previous attempt we saw on KSH, it will not be successful, or rather as successful. But they can still burst him with that avalanche stun, right? It'll be a very small window, only about a 1.5 second of a stun, so nearly impossible unless you have your fingers on the trigger. Roshan yet to respawn. I mean, it's going to be a long time because YG lost the Aegis around a minute or so after they picked it up. They will again go for a smoke of Dizzy play.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Boo how. Not going to get caught.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's
As
bottom
young
tower is under
PH
attack.
doesn't know that Pota is here. They try to catch someone, but they won't be able to. In fact, it will be Veroja trying to go in for a catch of their own. Vomi is going to get speared back and takes in so much damage, but the pit is going to come in from CJ. It will allow Vomi to disengage, and it will also allow YG to actually disengage too. But it seems like Buhao is stuck. Now the Tusk did get tossed in, so it will be a trade of supports, but not really too much else is going to come out of this entire extended team fight. Young PH does pick up the Shrine of Wisdom. Fiend's Gate is still online for CJ, as he also has a Lincoln Sphere, so he can essentially absorb that roar. But Invoker, he did reveal himself. He did teleport towards that top lane. He has a Lincoln Sphere for himself as well, as KSH won't be able to chase after the Invoker. He doesn't really know where he went. Young PH, though, he wanted to create a setup. He'll be able to activate his BKB and turn things around, but still has lost quite a lot of HP. It'll be the perfect arena coming in by Momo, holding both Pota as well as Womi in. But Young PH, he again uses his refresher, drops down a roar before disengaging. Can he keep himself alive? Does manage to find his way out, but Womi, he is hot on the chase, finds himself with a triple kill. Even Lun is in danger. Lun, though, he wants to go in with a snowball, will be able to clip the Skywrath Mage, as KSH should be able to take Juju down. A 3-for-4 exchange as a tip comes out for Lun, but I think Womi can defend against KSH here, so Veroja will not really have any objective loss. As I say that, KSH, the way that he is postured, I mean, he's holding on to his BKB. And a lot of the spells of the Timbersaw, they may be pure damage, but they don't actually pierce through the BKB. So it might just be another lane of barracks, but KSH does decide to go back. However, they want to enter through that bot lane. It is going to be another tag team coming in, but Buhao, he was ready and waiting. Vomi will get hit by that snowball, but KSH will not be able to take him out. They will end up going back. Oto will grab up the amplified damage rune. Skill saw the tiny with that observer ward. KSH will not go towards that triangle, as he really shouldn't. Vomi has been the difference maker in a lot of these team fights. Has been the only one to really get anything done, which is surprising considering as CJ is fully online with the Underlord. So both teams can actually get a really good team fight. It really just depends on who's able to start it off. And one of the things that makes the Underlord carry really strong is the fact that you are essentially like a nature's prophet with that ability to show up anywhere on the map. Buhao does have a buyback. They're going to need to use it if they want to contest Roshan. The Sunstrike will spot out this attempt, but Buhao, he's not really buying back. Now the outpost will be picked up by Vomi, and that will be the decisive factor. Buhao will actually buy back, but not teleport towards the outpost. He'll teleport towards his base. It will be Momo who has used his arena now, so they won't actually have that. And multiple BKBs were also committed. But YG, it seems they want to stay dedicated for that Roshan. Skill Day will drop down a Wheel of Wonder, but CJ, he is in the fight. Cataclysm will come down. It will catch multiple heroes of YG as Young PH. He's just going to get bursted. It will be Skill Lay who is caught. Vomi is chasing after him. It's KSH also who has used that refresher shard, but the Aegis, it wasn't picked up by KSH. It's actually on CJ. Viroja may just have the upper hand in this game. As Skill Lay, he's gonna get silenced down and brought to his knees. Viroja able to actually come up with quite the advantage in this game after what was, quite honestly, a pretty terrible start to it. Oh no, they caught KSH. He'll try to attempt to at least run away before holding his ground and actually able to take out Pota. He turned that back towards the barrage on towards Vomi. He has fought long and hard, but he will eventually go down as Vomi should be able to take out the Tusk. I mean, Skill Lay really has nowhere to go. He's gonna get hexed up again, brought down, and that will be an entire team wipe onto YG. And you do have CJ on the barracks, so they will at the very least be able to equalize the objective exchange. In fact, this game doesn't look even any longer. This game looks as if Viroja have quite the favorable advantage going their side.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
CJ going to get speared as Young PH goes in. Active is that BKB, but CJ, he has a BKB of his own, not to mention he has an Aegis. Vomi will get taken out as Young PH. He'll be able to take out Juju too as soon as that Ghost Scepter ends. CJ now left alone to fend for himself. You do have Pota respawning who can teleport towards that outpost. So CJ, with this Aegis, should be able to find that pushback. As Pota, he teleports towards, or rather comes in through the gate instead. CJ will end up going back. Drops down a pit. Oh, Skill Lay. He'll go in with the Wheel of Wonder. Actually manage to catch CJ. However, you do have Buhao with the Avalanche and as well as a toss. CJ's Aegis will expire, but Womi, he has come in with a buyback. Timbersaw will be able to take out that Mars as Young PH decides to go in with Carstensz. Unfortunately, does not have a BKB or a refresher to use. So Young PH is going to be held inside of the pit, will be brought down. YG will commit towards those buybacks, but it's Carstensz who they need to protect. He'll be able to activate that BKB and make it back towards that high ground safety. It's YG. Will be able to go back to their fountain. However, CJ has a considerable advantage here. He can also use that buyback, use the Fiend's Gate to instantly come back into this team fight if he needs to. And that Alacrity buff, alongside an Atrophy Aura, too much damage. It should just be Mega Creeps here unless YG find a way to defend. But Young PH has bought back. So if he dies, it's going to be the end of the game here for YG. Seems like they want to start things off with Womi. However, Young PH did get caught towards that side. Young PH down for about 120 seconds as even Momo is going to be in trouble. They'll be able to burst that Mars down. Both of the two cores not available for YG any longer. This should just be the game here. They will still commit to a defense as KSS goes in with that barrage, but not able to get anything done. 3 heroes not alive for YG as KSH stuck inside of the pit. No BKB will be wiped out. He will come in with a buyback of his own. But again, they've already been able to acquire Mega Creeps on the side of Verosia.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Will be able to take apart the tier 4s. Still no 2 cores though, as it's going to be Lun who gets hex chopped. And this time Escape Pack is going to come in, but Lun will fall. CJ now 222 damage with that Atrophy Aura. Lun has also fallen as KSH will have to realize this game is going to be a lost cause as he's going to be the last one picked apart. Verosia will be able to come up with the game number 1 win. Young PH will be the one to call it. YG, despite of the early game head start they got, despite of Young PH being absolutely uncontestable, it will be Verosia who come back from this game. And I believe it was just at that top lane fight as YG went in with that second Aegis, but did get taken apart. Verosia's front line held together really strong, but the question is, can they hold it consistently even as they go up against probably a renewed YG, as YG are a team who are most definitely, you bring them down once, they will rise to the occasion. They will look to take a fight once more. Verosia, can they sweep YG under the rug, or is YG going to be able to take Verosia to a game number 3? We will be returning with a Lunar Snake Trophy right after a short break to find out the answer to those questions. So stay tuned and we will be right back. How will YG hold this? I mean, 50 seconds without a Ravage still. And they committed everything they had to be able to take Pota down. It was enough, but when these spells aren't ready, how do you take this Ember Spirit out? How do you take anyone out? You can definitely find the Weaver with that tiny toss back. Dream Call also gets used. Buhao trying to survive here, will not be able to, but KSH, he does have that bottle of time, so he can survive. It is going to be buybacks coming in. Momo has fallen as even Lun will drop. YG, they are losing their lineup. Womi is going to be tossed inside of the fountain, so has massively overextended, but look at the sustain coming in by this Largo. Just holding the rest of YG back. 2 barracks is of an advantage right now for Verosia. And it does seem like a fatal blow. They will in fact start probing those tier 4s. YG do have a Ravage up, but they need the Tidehunter to respawn. It's going to be the Puck who will be able to disengage. Tier 4 tower, the first one to fall. No response coming in by YG quite just yet, but now they do have Momo up. Skill Lay will go in. They'll drop down yet another Ravage, but they haven't come in with the burst damage. CJ will be able to activate that BKB, and time-lapse reverses all of the damage that YG dropped on him earlier. KSH, no borrowed time for about 2 seconds, will fall. YG have lost their entire lineup. They will call GG. They will drop down to the lower brackets as Verosia, last time they played, they won against YG 2-1. This time around, they will simply sweep them under the rug, find a clean sweep, take out YG, as they will proceed on further to the upper bracket finals. Oh man, I did not expect coming into this game number 2 that YG would lose. Now, as the laning phase went on, it certainly seemed like YG were in a rough spot, but again, they found one comeback. Unfortunately, they weren't able to keep it up. CJ was just uncontested on this Weaver, and it really felt like they were coming in with this one-trick pony, which was the toss back into Ravage, throw everything out. They were able to take one hero down, but at the end of the day, you've used up all the fuel in the tank, and you can't go the further mile. You can't go the full distance needed. For Verosia, it was a game well played. The journey is not over for them, though. They'll still have to prove their mettle in future matches. For YG, the journey still continues. It is going to be in the lower brackets at the threat of elimination, as they will be playing against. I actually do know who they're going to be playing against. I will just quickly open it up and tell you. It should be against Roar Gaming, or in fact against Atlantis 2.0, who earlier defeated Ivory. However, for now, guys, this isn't it, right? We do have 2 series. We have one more coming up for all of you. It is going to be in a bit of time, though, around 45 minutes. But that series should be pretty fun. It is going to be played between Carstensz and Shark Squad. Carstensz, who are coming in at the very top of the group stage chart. Shark Squad, who are coming in with a scoreline of 2 wins and 2 losses in group number B. For now, I'll be tuning out, but we will resume in about 45 minutes, so make sure to turn in on then as we resume with Lunar Snake Trophy Season number 6. So see you all then. fight back. Not to mention, you're playing into a Batrider, you're playing into a Clockwork. So maybe the idea is that you want to rush, or rather not rush, but get to that Aghanim Scepter for the Ursa, an item that is
10
conditional,
seconds remaining.
but great against this kind of a lineup where there's a lasso that you can disable with your Enrage. Once you have that Aghanims, even the Clockwork's initiation you can disengage. But I will say that the Clockwork and Batrider are heroes that aren't too bad against the Ursa. I think the Batrider is in fact pretty good against that Ursa, you know, just coming in with those initiations. As far as the draft goes between both sides, I will give the edge, at least in my humble opinion, to Carstensz. I think they have the better draft. I think that Char Squad, who are coming in with a last pick carry, I mean, they have their work cut out for them. If they can't make this Ursa pick work out, then they're going to be pressed for damage, particularly as Yona is playing a Tiny who isn't going to be itemizing for damage as he scales up. After the Blink Dagger, most of the mid Tinies that we have nowadays in the meta do go for utility-based items. Maybe the Use, maybe the Octarine Score, things like that. Forced off as well, but definitely not the Echo Saber, Sanjin Yasha, Assault Querus, things like that, or have been entirely phased out of the mid Tiny. We'll see if the in-game logos are up. If they're not, I will of course adjust them. And neither of them is, so here we go for the in-game logos.
I'm farming lane, cause I'm a winner.
Time to break the ice.
Pretty sure it's this way.
There we go. The in-game logos are now on display, and all is right in the world. As Cassie and Gohan, they I mean, we're probing that top side,
30 seconds.
or rather that high ground of the mid lane. Unfortunately, they think the Observer Ward is there. They don't know that the Observer Ward is towards their own lane. Meanwhile, Carstensz are also smoked up inside of Char Squad's jungle. Jolibane does need to be careful. I mean, if he gets spotted out, he's probably just going to die. As I say that, it doesn't really seem like he's going to be in trouble. Will be able to walk away. Let's see what Jokum can get done on this bot lane, as it does seem like you have a setup for the Batrider to go in with the Firefly. You have Saime with that pit. Even the Firestorm, I mean, it's a plenty of fire damage that Carstensz are coming in with. And Jolibane can't do much to negate all of this. Now, the courier was taken out, but I do think that Jolibane was able to grab those items up before it went down. At the same time, I think that Gohan could potentially fight back. Does have that magic wand built in early so that he can have the stacks come up once the napalms start flying out. Jokum is still holding on to his skill point. He's not really playing with the sticky napalms quite just yet. And the lane momentum needs to be managed conservatively or I would say very aggressively by the side of Char Squad if they want to win this lane. Because there's no way you win the lane against a Batrider and an Underlord if you're constantly pushing the lanes out. Top side. Razor plus the Clockwork. Again, one of those lanes where if you get caught in, even if Cassie or Sajari has the wind run, then Dreamocell, even with that static link, could potentially just take the Wind Ranger down. I don't think you're going to be able to make it very far, but you do have Ackerman. Now, you can spear the Razor back. I think that might be enough to break the static link, maybe even make it out with your life. It is going to be Young G on Ackerman. It is the in-game nick that has been changed. But mid lane, when we take a look at the... Or let's take a look at the facets while the game is paused. Pretty much all okay as far as the facets are concerned. Mid lane is going to be the Ember versus the Tiny, and the Ember is actually ahead of the Tiny for entire CS. Or rather, no, he's tied with the Tiny. It's actually the Mar. There's Young G who is at the very top of the last hit chart. So Young G, or rather Mamang Daya and Yona are both tied in terms of last hits. Neither side have a big advantage over the other.
My thanks will come later, when you least expect. I'll always remember how foolish you looked.
Razor is going to sound the go call as the Mars is also ready. Now, this is a tough lane from Among Daya. Sure enough, he has that Flame Guard, but limited absorption against the overwhelming magical damage that Yona has. And, you know, you bring the Temper Spirit down this low without even the toss that's up yet. Yona hasn't skilled it up. Meanwhile, Hardell doing what he can on the Clockwork. Pretty static laning phase, as you don't want Carstensz to start things off. That's potentially going to be a big problem if you're the side of the Radiant. I think the Underlord can actually fight back against Gohan. I think he can trade really well, particularly with that atrophy aura coming in. Oh, I love what Jokum is doing. He's actually dishing out the sticky napalms while in the guise of that Fog of War. Saime, he drops down that Firestorm. One of these heroes is gonna die, and I have a feeling it might just be Saime, but Jokum pushes Gohan back. Unfortunately, Gohan can close the gap. That is going to be those two heroes traded out. As Jokum, he does have the sticky napalm. Is he going to be able to take out Jollibee? Was thinking about it. Perhaps would have been able to, but decides against it. But still, first blood going the way of Shark Squad. That is certainly going to help out the Ursa Warrior. Even if he dies afterwards, that is still going to be worth it. In fact, it's probably even better that you do die instead of surviving on very little HP. You go back to the fountain, you're able to come back with full HP and a full mana for a full 2 creep waves who are waiting for you. Game is going to be paused once more. But will also resume. Top side. Hardell
Radiant structures are fortified.
does get pushed back, but pretty much okay.
Mars like a ballista. Ever think about switching off the shield and...
Does find the cogs, actually separates Sajiri away from them. So, now, hasn't exactly found any cog hits onto her Sajiri. Remocell not really going for that static link. Now, this is a mid-game oriented drop by both sides, so it'll be interesting to see who comes out ahead in that late game. I do think the Razor scales a bit better than the Ursa Warrior does in that late game. So, Carstensz may have that luxury of just a bit of less pressure than the other side. And it's going to be crucial that Gohan gets off to a good Battle Fury timing. He is on the way to it, of course, with that first blood. And if he can get a few more kills, that would be ideal. But it's going to be hard once you have more levels coming up for Jokum. Youngji has queued up the Yule Scepter, interestingly. And again, both Carstensz are probing this lane constantly. Maybe done with probing. Hardell was trying to come in for the cogs, but was not successful. Now they have left Dreamocell alone here. I think this is pretty good actually. It's about time that you leave the Razor alone, because Dreamocell can just stack up against the Mars by himself if he needs to, or even if he wants to. Even if the Wind Ranger is here, I doubt they could do much to Dreamocell. Yona with the tiny. 32 CS and 33 from among Daya. I mean, this is a completely dead even state of the game here. I do not think either side is mounting up to any kind of significant advantage. I doubt there is an advantage to begin with. Gohan with the swipes. And you do have the 7-minute Shrine of Wisdom spawning. It does seem like Hardell wants to make a move towards it, but needs to be careful. He's alone here, and Dreamocell doesn't have the HP to chase. But among Daya, he's actually here. With the Ember Spirit, they're constantly pushing Youngji back and forth, but with 4 heroes in this position, it does seem like Carstensz will have to disengage. Among Daya remnants back towards that mid lane. And the Clockwork will get back too. Surprising Dreamocell is this low against just the Mars. Pulling the creep wave. Hardell hasn't actually found much impact on that Clockwork. I mean, he is level 4, so perhaps when he has his level 7 or level 6, when he has his hookshot, that is when things are going to change. But for the current moment in time, he's not really doing all too well. At least in terms of impact, in terms of the value that he's bringing in for his team. I mean, he doesn't even have the boost of speed, so landing these cogs is hard. In particular, you have this Observer Ward, which should always be able to catch Hardell out. Now, he does find the cogs here. Jokum is here too. No enrage for the Ursa Warrior, as he's constantly getting pushed back and forth and will be dropping down. Jokum with that last hit, as it does seem like Jollibee should have stuck by that tier 1 topper to protect his carry. Unfortunately, that is going to be a hard-learned lesson for the side of Shark Squad, as that will delay the Ursa Warriors battlefield. And in fact, the Ursa, wow, I can't believe I didn't spot it out. The Ursa never actually got that first blood. He got an assist. So Gohan will definitely not have a very early Battle Fury, but she can still find his recovery. At the same time, it seems like Carstensz are now amping up the tempo. They do bring down Sazeri. Meanwhile, it is going to be a trade as Yona takes out Jokum. Both mid laners able to acquire a kill at around the 9-minute mark. Taking a look at the net worth, though, it is Yona at the very top of the net worth chart. He doesn't have as much CS, but somehow he's still at the very top. Surprising, but this will mean that he may be able to get to that early Blink Dagger. It's not going to be super early though, but still at a decent enough timing. I think if you get it within the 14-minute mark, you're going to be at a good spot where you can set up for your team, look towards making some initiation, some plays, and, you know, craft an advantage through that. And by acquiring some kills for your team, you're going to be able to open up some space for Gohan to farm.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Dreamocell on the Razor dishes out a few hits, or rather, just that plasma field. Dreamocell is going, well, obviously he's going to go for the Maelstrom. You want that item for the Razor. But... And suddenly Carstensz, they decrease the tempo. So this is a good sign for a team when they're able to control the tempo, like amp it up from up to 100 when they want to, but slow it down at will. Certainly requires a lot of stability in a team, I would say. But they are giving space away to Yona. Now, it seems like he's not going to be going for the phase boots. He just wants to create that blink dagger. And he has it now. So maybe he'll go back to the base, but he does have the soul ring for mana. If he goes back to the base, that means he's going to be posturing towards some kills. Maybe teleport towards some of those other lanes. At Hardel, he is about to take a hard Ice Blast. Jolibé able to pick up a kill across the map.
Dire's structures are fortified.
315 gold overall, 215. So around 66%. Oh, actually, I may be very off by that math. But still, a third of the gold going, or 2/3 of the gold going Jolibé's way.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Jokum with the Batrider again has the lasso. You still don't have the hookshot for Hard L, but he should be able to get it if he's able to acquire this farm. But it is going to be Saimie getting taken out. Reveal of the Blink Dagger coming in by Yona, very well worth it, and maybe able to get a bit more, or could just be stuck here in this position. The Rocket Flare disables his Blink Dagger. You do have Jolibé waiting over that high ground. Will throw an Ice Blast actually clipped Mamang Daya, but he is healthy on the Ember Spirit. And meanwhile, Yona has no more spells to use. So that will be Yona's end. And when they did take out oh no, Jolibé is also in trouble. Roshan will be taking him out. So no one getting any experience from Jolibé's death. But at the same time, Sajari was able to pick apart that tier 1 tower towards that bot lane. So overall, I think that is favorable to the side of Shark Squad. Sure, you may have lost your mid lane Tiny, but he did come up with the kill. And as he went down, you use that space to take out a tier 1 tower. And we can see that Carstensz aren't really in a position to take out towers there. Their tower pushing potential is actually really horrible, at least until the Razor is able to come online.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Hardel.
Armor for anyway.
The kill shot certainly. If Wind Ranger's support is one of those picks that you really need to make it work out. If you want to actually have a functioning position 4 in the mid to late game. Because if you don't get those kill shots, then the Wind Ranger is going to be essentially a creep. Among Daya, looking to intercept the Smoke of Deceit, will be able to actually seize both Sajari as well as Jolibé. In fact, does not see Yona though. That is going to be a toss-up, and the Ember Spirit's life is going to be forfeit. Unfortunately, you did have Saimie come in, but he couldn't find the right fit to use. He'll still be able to get Sajari, but not as big of a loss as it was for Carstensz, who lost their mid laner. Ooh, and even a Shrine of Wisdom is going to be sniped out by Gohan. He almost has that Battle Fury, so around that 15-minute mark, it's not the earliest Battle Fury, but considering that he did go down twice, I think it's okay. He should be able to recover once he does have the Battle Fury online. Surprising that he gets the Quelling Blade right now. As Mamang Daya, he is in the fight, does find the Searing Chains, but they don't have the follow-up for Mamang Daya. And they need the follow-up if they actually want him to be able to get something done. He quite clearly wants to make plays, but we don't see that being reciprocated by the rest of his team, as they're not following pursuit. They're just leaving him be. Ackerman able to pick up a tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mamang Daya. Going to know where the Wind Ranger is because of that power shot and actually dodges that spear with the Fiery Remnant. But again, this is passiveness from, I would say, the side of Carstensz. I wouldn't say it's passiveness from the side of Shark Squad. The reason is the fact that they've taken down 2 of these towers. And quite clearly, Carstensz have a long way to go before they can start to probe some of these towers. I mean, all of the tier 1 towers from the side of Shark Squad are very healthy. They find the Syrian chains, but the Wind Ranger Saturday found the shackles. Jokum will instantly melt as Hardell. He was coming in for a play there. Jolibe will end up with a double kill instead. Carstensz, maybe this is why they're not making moves. It's because when they do, it works out horribly. However, they still want to probe. They'll actually toss Dreamocell in. It's Yona coming in as the playmaker. Dreamocell will go down, and so far, you haven't found anyone apart from Yona. However, Saime is here. Maybe with another shackle, they could get something done, but they can't. Yona will be the only kill they'll be able to acquire. Actually, no. Maybe the Ancient Apparition also dies here, but another shackle shot found by Sajiri. It's not going to be enough, though. Jolibe will, in the end, go down. Saime will pick up a dominating streak. So finally, I mean, they get something going their way, because honestly, these plays, it just seems like Shark Squad are outplaying Carstensz. Oh, hook shot in. Youngji held inside of the pit, but not really going to get rooted for long. He'll be able to survive, as Yona is here with the Blink Dagger. May just actually toss someone back, and will in fact go for Saime. There's going to be enough damage to take Saime out, as Gohan with that Battle Fury, he packs a punch. 7 of them with his overpower. And this is looking as if it's, I don't know, pretty rough for the side of Carstensz. A 2,000 net worth advantage for the side of Shark Squad. No enrage, unfortunately, for Gohan, so he has to go for the slow kill on this ancient camp, and he'll have to go back to the fountain after he's done with this. But should be able to get it done. Has the Blink Dagger as well now. Oh, we'll actually go for the other camps. Can just take both of them out.
Dire's top tower is under
How will Carstensz take these towers down? That is, you know, that's an ever-looping question in my mind. It's every time I see a play work out, irrespective of the objectives achieved, right? Even if you win a fight, how do you take a tower down? Oh. It certainly seems like a rough spot to be in. Certainly a weakness of their draft, I would say. Even though the overall draft, in my opinion, does favor them. As I'm seeing it play it out, it seems like it's not really all that favorable, though. Jollibee will miss that Ice Blast, but I mean, they don't really need it. Now, maybe because they were busy with 4 of their heroes there, and it does seem like Dreamocell will be able to finally take our tower down. Carstensz open up the map at the cost of their offlaner, but I would actually say that at this point, it is going to be worth it. Now, Dreamocell is farming up on that Razor. He almost has the same amount of net worth as that Ursa. Not really. He is quite... Oh, no. That is not good for the side of Carstensz. They lose their mid laner, and instantly you see Roshan being pinged here. Shark Squad clearly, they know what they want. They want the objectives. And they'll be able to find it. I mean, without the Ember Spirit up, how do you go and contest Roshan? Dreamocell does not seem interested in the contest. Now, you do have the Fiend's Gate. You can make your way inside of the Roshan pit, but you may not be able to find your way out. So it seems like Saime has decided against it. Will just let Gohan acquire the Aegis. And by doing so, you give the next 5 minutes to the side of Shark Squad 2. 6,000 of a lead right now. A Jokum He's gonna go in for a lasso, bring Youngji deep inside of the tier 2 territory, and with the overwhelming fire damage, they'll be able to take Youngji out. Again, a good kill to be found, but doesn't decrease the tempo. Now, they do have several heroes here, and maybe the plan here is to be going for this tier 1 tower. Should be able to find it. It is very low on its HP. But as I said that, they are going back. Perhaps it's towards that Tormentor. But Gohan already recognizes this. He has the overpower charged up, so he'll have the 2 overpowers. So this Tormentor will fall. And he'll be able to make his way out too. Mamang Daya is going to be unfortunately a bit too late with the entry. May have seen the Ursa Warrior on his exit there. Towards the bridge, but pretty much a-okay. Oh no, Tremocell! That is a dead Razor. I do not think the Manta Cell is going to change that result. I don't think the Mjolnir will. I don't think anything will change that result. I mean, that Ursa jump into the Avalanche toss with an Ice Blast added on top of it. You need to be having a BKB if you're going to survive that. And even then, it may not be enough. I don't think anyone on the lineup of Carstensz can survive that kind of a play. Or that kind of a setup and follow-up. Quite simply, you have to avoid getting hit in the first place. And I mean, he was asking for punishment there. He was farming up the hard camp while the Ursa Warrior took the Tormentor and made his way out. So a very lackluster play coming in by Dreamocell.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mamang Daya? Goes for the Searing Chains, and they also are coming in with the Fiend's Gate. Hardell is going to lock down that Mars, who does still have the arena. He'll throw it out, and it's going to be Gohan who will jump inside of it. Saimei has been taken out. Now, Youngji will still go down. Dreamocell, meanwhile, he is chained up by Sajiri. So at the end of the fight, however, the fight's still going on. But the result has been decided. It is going to be Jokum who is going to attempt to take out the Wind Ranger, but it's still not going to be possible. Another great shackle shot coming in by Sajiri. He is definitely a playmaker alongside Yona here as far as this game is concerned. They're just outplaying the side of Carstensz so hard. These fights don't even seem close. Mamang Daya will be able to remnant away. I mean, has that Spirit Vessel, but this is not a good look. He'll have that BKB soon. Should have it when he's done with the Creep Wave, but or Neutral Cramp, but it's
Tower is under attack.
we saw how quickly Dreamocell melted there. And Gohan wasn't even focusing on the Razor. He was busy on the Underlord, on Saimei. His team took apart that Razor. Sajiri is 3, 2, and 11.
Dire's middle tower is
You would think that Sajiri is able to make these plays with the Blink Dagger on the Wind Ranger, but he's not. He's just making plays by just outplaying the other side.
Radiant are scanning.
Bounty.
Gohan, he goes in, hookshot by Hardell, misses. Now Gohan is in an awkward spot, but Yona, he has an entire Shiva's Guard here. Arena by Youngji comes out, but it is going to be Yona in a very awkward spot. He will eventually be brought down. Finally, Carstensz are able to get something going their way. Is it going to be enough? Are they going to be able to capitalize at the back of the skill? Doesn't seem like it. They're just going back to farm. Meanwhile, that mid lane tower, I mean, it's been at this less than 100 HP for the past 10 minutes. Surely someone should think to bring it down. No arena, no tiny up, no ice blast either, but still Carstensz don't choose to push. I would imagine that is a big mistake. Oh, Ackerman or Young G does have the teleport. Unfortunately, can't really blink away anymore, so his teleport will not be successful. He's gonna attempt to go for it, but Jokum's just gonna hold him back. Even if Jokum didn't, Hardell would have held him back, or maybe even among Daya. I mean, there are just so many heroes here that can hold that teleport away. So it is two very good kills. One on Yona, one on Young G. They take out both. I mean, Yona is the second highest in terms of net worth. Sure, the Mars isn't as high, but it's still okay. Maybe if they get more of this, they can come up with a comeback, a potential comeback. It's going to be really hard, but you know, perhaps they can.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dreamosol has enough gold for that Mjolnir, but still not really buying it out. He wanted to make his escape, but now he is forced to fight inside of Young G's arena. Alongside Hardell, but Satiri, that Shackle. Quite honestly, you don't stand a chance if you have this Wind Ranger on the other side that is constantly able to catch you out like that. That is... I mean, it was set up for him by Young G's arena. Both the Razor and Hardell, they were at the edge of the arena, but honestly, these shackle shots, they are near perfect. Rather honestly, I think they are absolutely perfect coming in from Satiri. He has been playing out of his mind on the Wind Ranger. This is a very convincing performance coming in by Shark Squad. Mars is going to spear Jokum and they'll be able to wipe them out. So Carstensz, when they do get a bit of a break, it seems like it's instantly snatched away by Shark Squad. It's just too good of a performance coming out by the Radiant side.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
What a bounty!
Dire are scanning. Dire's courier has been killed.
Was worthy. Incoming!
Dreamosol, lucky to be able to make his way out. Plenty of vision having been set up by the side of Shark Squad to catch anyone out from farming away these side camps. Or rather, I mean, there's literally 2 observer wards here. Saime is getting close to that Aghanim Scepter, and he has plenty of auras to work with. The Crimson Guard, the Pipe of Insight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Ardell. held inside will be just sent up into the air. Also goes down. Lasso comes in by Jokum. It's a good idea to start things off by taking out Sajiri. This time around, Shackle not really gonna land. I mean, even if he did, he was just compromised in his position. But it is a 15,000 lead, and it seems like Shark Squad, even though they don't have their Wind Ranger, they still want to take a fight. Gohan has that Diffusal Blade as well as that Skull Basher, so if he catches someone, if he gets off to a bash, it'll be Dreamocell who is going to get caught. Ice Blast is going to land too, and before he can activate the BKB, he falls. Both of the auras from Saimei, not enough to protect their carry. Mamang Daya, I mean, he's going for that Aghanim Scepter too, and they'll go for a Smoke of Deceit. Now, there's no arena to play with for about 20 seconds, so there is a very short window that exists, and I don't think they'll be able to make use of that.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Among Daya will be able to remnant away. Roshan will roar, and it seems like Gohan is very low on HP, so he can't actually go all the way in. There will be another Smoke of Deceit. I mean, both teams pouring in a lot of value for Roshan for clearly good reason. If Carstensz lose that Aegis, and if it's in the hands of Gohan, I have to hold that thought. Mandaya will start things off. He has that BKB. Chasing after Yona should be able to chain him down, but it is going to be the Ursa Warrior who goes in. Unfortunately, Yona's toss disable the bash. There's going to be a lasso coming in by Jokum. However, the arena by Youngji is going to hold Carstensz in. Dreamocell with that BKB wants to charge on forward, drops down that static link, but it is just going to be held back. The BKBs have worn off, as it's going to be Gohan who will reinitiate and take out Mamang Daya. Sajiri with the shackle shot, unable to catch anyone now, as it's going to be the end for the Mars. Dreamocell now in trouble. Gohan was pushed all the way back, but Dreamocell does go down. However, Carstensz may still get a good team fight going for them, as Gohan is very low on his HP. Jokum tried to go in, but he's unable to actually get the Ursa. It is going to mean the end of the team fight for Carstensz, as they will get team wiped by the side of Shark Squad. They only got the one hero, as that is simply not going to be good enough. Jokum came in with an Aghanim Scepter on that Batrider. We saw the two-man lasso, but it just seemed like Shark Squad were a bit too slippery. We're able to outlast the BKBs. Unfortunately, had vision planted down for that team fight too, so they saw the full view of that team fight. They knew exactly how to kite Carstensz around. Disperser also up for Gohan, as I mean, that's a pretty good one. You can dispel away the Searing Chains. Sure, you can't dispel that lasso, but you can also dispel the pit. As they will now head inside of the pit, Roshan will roar once more. But that signal, I feel like, is not going to be intercepted by the side of Carstensz. They might have to give up the Aegis. Mamang Daya does go in with the Remnant. Manages to clear up Roshan, but it was the Aegis that got picked up by Gohan himself. Did someone grab the banner? Oh, unlucky for Mamang Daya. He got the banner instead of that Aegis, but still getting the banner useful, because then the opponents can't use it for the high ground push. Dreamosol does not pack in any damage, which is the problem with the Razor at this point in the game.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
How do they take the high ground though? Because it is quite risky. You're playing into Jokum, who has that Aghanim Scepter on the Batrider. So if you get caught, you're going to be having two heroes dragged inside of the base where Dreamosol has that BKB, and where you were able to kite Carstensz around in your own triangle, you can't do that on Carstensz's high ground. So it does seem like Carstensz have a very good high ground defense built up, naturally and a bit artificially with some of these items that they have. So it's not the easiest win in the world. You're still gonna have to work for it on the side of Star Squad. Go on. Did blink in, but it's going to be Young G who starts things off with an arena. Jolibai's Ice Path is also going to come in. Hardell has lost his life. At the same time, Dreamosol is going on strong, should be able to take out Jolibai, and still holding on to that BKB. Hardell has bought back. It's going to be Yona who is stuck inside of the pit and inside of the cogs. Gohan has to now go in, takes out Jokum, and Saime is also dropping very low. He's going to be the one next to fall, as both of the two supports are going to buy back on the side of Carstensz as they take out Yona. But you do have Gohan there with that enrage. Aghanim Scepter also at the ready, and another one of Sagitary Shackle shots. Mamang Daya, no more HP left. It'll be Gohan with an entire rampage. They'll be able to take apart his first life at the cost of multiple buybacks having been committed. Gohan now has another enrage. How many of these rampages is he going to get? Mamang Daya, now the last one remaining after all of these buybacks held inside, and that is going to be perhaps the third or fourth rampage for Gohan. 3 buybacks, so 3 rampages. 3,500 gold for the Sorcerer Warrior. What is he even getting with this gold? It's a full Abyssal Blade.
Dire's middle barracks are
He had the Basher already, and should be able to take apart these barracks.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh man, not a good look
Dire's middle barracks.
for the side of Carstensz.
Dire's middle barracks.
As Gohan, he's gonna go in once more, able to take out Jolibai.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And 2 of these barracks. I think it's a near fatal blow as Yang Ji, he drops down in an arena, and Gohan, he goes in. Hard L as well as Jokum will be going down. Did not have the patience to wait for their cores to come online. Jokum will survive at around 10 HP. As, oh no, he won't survive. He will just be end up going down. Barracks is cleared up, and Carstensz, I mean, against a 40,000 net worth disadvantage, I doubt that they will be able to mount a comeback. I think this game is pretty much done and dusted. They don't even have their heroes up. They'll still commit to the glyph.
Top tower is under attack.
But how do they go in?
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Multiple pits being committed. However, I mean, it's the Saime's Aghanim Scepter. They might be able to take out Gohan, but he does have the 4 stops coming in. Dreamocell unable to latch onto a target, as even Sajiri will be able to run away. Yona, though, he could be the target that they can find, but he has the Yule Scepter. Oh, Youngji. He wants to blink in. Activates that BKB. Still no space for the arena against Mamang Daya, who did get bashed. That will be the end for the Ember Spirit for about 80 seconds. No buyback available for him, as Saime, struggling to run against that Gale Force, isn't really going to be able to run very far. It'll be Gohan who'll go in with the Enrage, able to take apart that Underlord, and will be able to take up Jokum too. It will be GG called, as Dreamocell will be the last one to get wiped out. Gohan ended with a 3 times of a rampage with an ultra kill with nearly everything in this game. And Carstensz, when they go back to the drawing board, they really need to think about how to amp up the tempo against Shark Squad, because that is where I did see things lack. They quite simply weren't making any moves. Also, just ban out that Ancient Apparition. Maybe even consider a ban on Sajiri's Wind Ranger. They were getting outplayed by those two supports. Sure, the Ice Blast comes in from quite a distance, but the Wind Ranger was landing those shackle shots from close range. And if you want to take down Shark Squad, you're going to really need to have to... I wouldn't even say level up, because the bigger names are on Carstenz's side. I just think that they need to adjust the way that they are playing, increase the tempo, increase the pressure, don't allow Shark Squad to run all over you. Whether or not Carstensz will be able to make those adaptations, that is something only time will tell. We will be back for the second game at Lunar Snake Trophy Season number 6 right after a short break, so don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
team banned.
Hey guys, welcome back to the current station Lunar Snake Trophy Season number 6. Shark Squad and Carstensz going at it against each other. And does seem like Carstensz, they're going to switch things around. They're not going to ban Sagittarius Wind Ranger. Instead, they'll just pick up the Wind Ranger for their side. Shark Squad, meanwhile, they're actually going to pick up the Ember Spirit, something that Mamang Daya was playing with. And I do like this approach by Carstensz. They're picking up heroes that naturally play against the other side, right? That naturally like to collide and butt heads. That's going to be the Slardar that they've picked up. Probably going to be played by Saime, but you can also have a mid lane Slardar go at it against the Ember. I think the mid lane Slardar actually is a pretty good idea here because Mamang Daya should be able to destroy Yona on that mid lane. At the same time, the mid lane Slardar does start to scale down, and the reason why I think this is not going to be a Shadow Fiend mid is because Dreamosel does play the Shadow Fiend quite often. I think every single time Dreamosel, or rather the Shadow Fiend has been picked up, Dreamosel has played that Shadow Fiend. So it's going to be a carry Shadow Fiend. I don't know if he's going to go to the physical damage build or the magical damage build. That's something we'll only have to wait to find out. What I do know that Shadow Fiend is pretty good against that Centaur, even if you do have the El Clasico combination of that Hoodwink plus that Centaur. Now, we all know what Shark Squad is going to do. They want to play with that Ice Blast. That is something that they were doing all game last game. That is something that they're going to do again this time around. As Shark Squad, they ban out that Timbersaw. So they are in fact expecting a mid lane Slardar. Now, the question is how they're going to adapt to their Ember Spirit just being run down towards that mid lane. What carry are they going to pick up? Right now, Gohan's Gyrocopter is completely open for Shark Squad to actually pick up. And I do expect Gohan's Gyrocopter to be coming out. Pretty good with the Centaur too. As Carstensz still thinking about what hero they want to ban out. Or rather, what hero they want to pick out.
Radiant team pick.
And it seems like it's going to be a Tusk that comes out from Carstensz's lineup. So they have their lineup pretty much set. I mean, a Wind Ranger carry. Oh, this is going to be a Wind Ranger carry. Interesting. Or a Wind Ranger. I don't think it's going to be a Wind Ranger offlane. I think it's pretty much just going to be the Slardar offlane, Wind Ranger carry or mid, and the Shadow Fiend carry or mid. Either one of those two. And that's interesting because Shark Squad did think that this was going to be an offlane pick coming up. Even I thought that this was going to be an offlane pick coming up. So that does give, alleviate a bit of the pressure on the Ember Spirit's shoulders. That he's not going to be playing against a Slardar. At the same time, if the Shadow Fiend were to be going towards that mid lane, it doesn't make the Ember Spirit still win the lane. I think Shadow Fiend is one of those heroes that does beat the Ember Spirit in the mid lane. But Shark Squad, they have the last pick. They have to pick up a carry. The Ursa and the Templar are banned against them. Gyrocopter left open in the field against a player that really loves playing that Gyrocopter. So I would imagine that is going to be the pick for Shark Squad. How they plan on keeping the Gyro alive against the Tusk, Slardar, and Shadow Fiend, that is something that they're probably thinking about right now. Or they may just be thinking about a different carry. Who really knows? Apart from them, of course. They probably know. Shark Squad. Ooh. Wow, they're actually going to go for a Mortha. Now, it will be a Shadow Fiend mid. It will be an offlane Slardar, and it will be Dreamosel on the Wind Ranger. But the Mortha carry, that is something that I did not expect from them. I wonder what goes behind that idea. Maybe it's just that Wind Ranger. You can disable that focus fire simply by popping that whale, and the Wind Ranger will not be able to target the Mortha. So that's certainly something interesting. I wonder if that is a decision that went, if that was a thought process that went behind the Mortha pick. At the same time, I do think these drafts are pretty much even. You're playing a mid lane Shadow Fiend, so at the end of the day, it just depends on what you're able to accomplish from that mid lane. You should expect Saime to be able to create some openings for you. Saime's stun plus that Requiem will be a devastating combination
Remaining.
on Shard Squad, and I don't think that Gohan will be able to survive that combo if he gets caught with it. At the same time, I don't expect Yona to survive. I don't expect anyone to survive that combo, really. Maybe apart from that Centaur. But then, even then, if it's not the combo you're playing with, you still have that Overgrowth, you still have the Tusk Stag team. For that laning phase, you have plenty. So I will switch my opinion. I will change it up. I do think that Carstensz have the better draft, simply because I think they have the easier to execute draft. I think there are multiple ways to play around it. I think you're coming in with so much control, so much sustain, and I mean, just take a look at the disables from left to right. The Shackle Shot, the Overgrowth, the Leech Seed, the Tentacles that the Treant Protector throws out too to slow people down. Shadow Fiend with the raises and the Shadowmire Facet to slow people with those raises, and the Fear coming in from the Requiem. The Slardar Stun, Jokum with the Shards and the Snowball and the Waller Sponge. It's quite a lot. Sure, Shard Squad do also have at least 4 heroes that do control, but I don't imagine that it's enough compared to what the other side brings in. I think Carstensz are going to have a wonderful time. I think Carstensz may be able to beat Shard Squad and take this to a game number 3 just based off on that draft. But the caveat to that is I did think that Carstensz had the better draft last game too. And quite clearly, they didn't win that last game. Was it because of the draft? I think it's because of the way that Carstensz played. And that's going to be a factor in this game. If with all of this tempo, with all of this initiation, these disables, the damage, the control, if you play passive, you're probably going to give Shard Squad the window of opportunity that they're looking for.
Thirty seconds to battle.
I go.
The battle begins.
Bounty runes will be picked up 2 and 2. Pretty much an even score as far as the bounty runes are concerned. Mid lane is still going to be rough. Now, sure, no Slardar versus the Ember Spirit, but even the Shadow Fiend with that Shadowmire Facet, one raise, you take apart that entire Flame Guard at the level 1 mark. Level 2 raise, you take apart the level 2 Flame Guard. So it really doesn't seem like the Flame Guard is going to be of much use to Yona. But maybe he can get something done once he does have some more additional levels come up for him. Oh, Flame Guard actually survives that level 1 raise. Interesting. I think a good score for Yona would be if he's able to have at least 75% of the lost hits that Mamang Daya will have. I think if you can achieve that without dying, you're going to be in a good spot. I don't know what Yona is going to itemize towards, but probably that Spirit Vessel will come in handy just to be able to break through that Slardar and other heroes. Right now, it is going to be Dreamosol getting pushed way far back, very low on his HP, not really going to go down, actually misses that Shackle. As the Hoodwink was not nearby, Cassie, or rather Sajiri, was busy cutting the wave and rather drawing the creep wave closer towards his Centaur. And I think this is a pretty good lane for the side of Shard Squad. I think even though you do have a hard L playing a Treant Protector, a very tanky hero trades extremely well. Hoodwink can't really do anything to the tree, but you can possibly find some kills if you're able to set up with your Bushwhack, or if the Hoofstomp is able to set up for your Bushwhack or Acorn Shot. I think it can go either way. Oh. Retaliate being skilled up by Young G here. I think that's the right idea. They throw out a bushwhack but don't really catch Dreamocell. Hellblade Smasher going to be picked up by Cassie though. Towards that bot side, Ancient Apparition plus the Mortha. Interesting lineup. Two melee heroes on the other side playing against these two ranged heroes. And that means that naturally, I think it should be pretty much okay for Shark Squad. At the same time, if Jollibee gets stuck, if you can find Jollibee inside of those shards, then Jollibee has no recourse. Saime coming in with that Slardar trades really well. That with that tag team coming up for Jokum, you'll be able to take Jollibee down without too much thought or effort. Gohan does have that dead shot, so he can throw one hero back. So that's something that you always consider. But the fear doesn't last that long. I mean, it's just a 1 second fear at all of its levels, right? Barely above 1 second after the third point. Yona getting pushed back here. Does have 13 CS, but Mamang Daya, you can take a look at how confident the Shadow Fiend is. Knows that he can just raise Yona down. And the pressure to play this lane well, that's on Yona. Mamang Daya, all he has to do is press his buttons. Figuratively and literally. Young G doing pretty okay. Dreamocell once again playing a hero that wants to make that Maelstrom. And there's no hero that comes in with that massive overwhelming burst damage. Sure, Mortha does, but doesn't have that power spike coming in too early. Shards are not available, but Yona, he is so darn slow, is gonna be dropping. First blood will be drawn by Mamang Daya as Jollibee does come in, but even Jollibee is gonna get hit by that snowball, and Mamang Daya, he'll be able to acquire a quick double kill. Carstensz, they come off to a blazing start in this early game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Young G going for the helm of the Dominator. Certainly don't like his approach all that well, but it is the approach he is going for. As Jokum teleports towards that bot lane. Now that they've gotten Mamang Daya this kind of a start, I wonder how they're going to up the tempo. We saw last game how Carstensz were able to get something, and it seems like they have the perfect idea. They'll start it off by taking Gohan down. Saime coming in with the crush. Towards that mid lane though, Mamang Daya was hoping for that Requiem and no longer has the space to use it. It will be Shark Squad who will bite back and are able to pick themselves up a great return kill. Jollibee though, he'll go down to the wines of Hard L. So even that kill for Shark Squad came at a bit of a cost, but still a worth it price to pay.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yona will be able to pick up the shield rune. Mamang Daya won't be able to do too much about it, apart from those throughout those two raises. And I mean, he's back to full mana, has a clarity too, so those two raises very well worth it. Yona will just farm up the jungle. Should be able to make do with this entire camp, but has used all of his bottle charges to be able to do this. As he starts to go up towards that top lane, it seems like the target is going to be Dreamocell. Dreamocell, who does not really see this play coming in. They'll start things off in the Searing Chains. They'll find the Bushwhack 2. Wind Run has expired. Dreamocell will probably go down. Shackle was not, or rather did not land on anyone, so Yona will be able to pick up that kill and has now recovered past that laning phase. Has about 30 CS compared to the Shadow Fiend's 38, or rather 36 CS compared to the Shadow Fiend's 38, but a lot of Yona's CS are just neutral creeps, which give a lot less gold compared to lane creeps. So there, I do expect Mamang Daya to have a bit of an advantage in terms of net worth. Dreamocell will teleport back to the lane and still yet to build up the first component of that Maelstrom. Meanwhile, Jolibe very close to his level 6. Once you have that Ice Blast, you're going to have to go back to, you know, just remember in your minds what Shark Squad want to do. It's just the Ice Blasts. Right now, though, they're able to play with the 3, with the Syrian Chains as a setup, a triple layered setup for their disables. They'll even come in with the Stampede, and Dreamocell does not have that wind run. Bushwhack is also going to land, but the snowball save is going to be there, and there will be another wind run available for Dreamocell. He'll be able to walk back. Meanwhile, Young G will just get hit by the raise, or rather, no, it was Jokum who took him out. Mamang Daya held on to that third raise. Maybe he wants to take down Cassie with it. Bushwhack will come out, and wow, nice escape on Sagittary. He manages to find his way out. As Yona picks up a Spirit Vessel, or rather the Urn. Saime, meanwhile, has the power treads. After this, he's going to be looking for that Blink Dagger. And again, if you're able to find the Blink Dagger within the 14 minutes, you're going to be at a very good spot. Mamang Daya at the very top of the net worth chart as expected. 4,000 gold for him. Going for the Yasha right now. And so again, Yona wants to create openings, again, towards that top side. Seems like they really want to break through this game at the back of being able to shut down Dreamocell. Oh, Jokum. Use that snowball. It's on the neutral creep. Jokum will be able to... Okay, he was able to escape. And I mean, Mamang Daya is very close by. He's farming up the neutral cramp, but would not have any problem appearing in this lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Youngji will not receive the Lotus. It will go the way of the Dire side, the way of Carstensz. And it seems like much of the problem of that Carstensz had pushing out these objectives that exists for the side of Shark Squad. Can't really take down towers too easily in that early to mid game. Will certainly be a bit of a factor. Dreamocell, the lowest net worth as far as the cores are concerned, because quite frankly they've just been targeting him. And when you take a look at how much impact that's had, not a whole lot. Dreamocell has only 1 death, does have an assist. However, Mortha, it does seem to be closer to that Maelstrom, has that Javelin flying in. As Saime continues to farm for that Blink Dagger, so it does seem like there's a bit of passiveness to Carstensz once more. A bit of passiveness to Shark Squad 2 this game, to be fair. Yona needs to be careful. Did get a hit by the Walrus Punch, should be able to Remnant out. Unfortunately, not with too much HP left on him.
Structures are fortified.
He'll go back to the fountain, but towards that top lane, Ice Blast, there it is, comes flying in. Acorn Shot was there too. Mamang Daya holding on to that Requiem, was thinking about dishing it out, and it seems like at least one target will get hit by that Frostbite. It'll be Hard L, but they'll come in with a Walrus Punch. Requiem now finally goes out, but Yona comes in, has the Sleight of Fist, will be able to take out Dreamocell as Youngji has fallen, so has Jokum, and Mamang Daya's held in by that Bushwhack. It is going to be 4 kills that the side of Shark Squad will be able to acquire. Yona ends up with a double kill, and to add on the cherry on top, they will be able to break through this tier 1 tower. Surprising is the fact that Simon never teleported in to help out his team in this team fight. A near 3,000 net worth advantage at the end of it all.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Just one little centaur or one big centaur that they were able to take down at the cost of 4 of their lives. Probably not worth it, considering that Gohan was just farming away in the meantime.
Radiant's
He never showed up, never participated. But unlike the non-participation or the absence of the Slardar, Gohan's absence didn't really hurt Shark Squad there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower.
Centaur once more in trouble. Throws out that Hoofstorm, but stuck at the edge of those shores. Jokum wants to use that Walrus Punch, does decide to send it out, but gets held back by that Bushwhack.
Dire's middle tower.
And at the end of the day, Jokum, as soon as he comes out of the snowball, he will be going down. It'll be Jollibee who'll end up with the kill through the Vortex. And again, where is the Blink Dagger? They really desperately need it right now. Saime has the Blink Dagger flying in, and they need to make plays with this.
Radiant are scanning.
I think Carstensz are going to be pressed for space if Saime doesn't start to rotate around. At the same time, Dreamocell is here, so it seems like they want to make a play for Gohan as soon as they arrive with the Blink Dagger. And it seems like it'll be a successful initiation and even a successful kill. Very easily done. Now, Yona does show up, throws out a remnant, but decides against going in for any kind of a chase. Still though, might get held back by that Overgrowth. Has that Flame Guard as well as that Spirit Vessel, but can he actually make his way out of here? He can. He had the remnant that he plotted down earlier. Sajiri has that Sharpshooter. I mean, you have everything at the ready. And the Overgrowth's been used, so I wonder if the side of Shark Squad will look to make some play. Youngji has the Vanguard, probably looking to create a Crimson Guard at the back of this. Oh, Ice Blast comes in, catches Hard L, and even as he was attempting to play Whack-a-Mole there, he will go down before he can whack the mole. Youngji will get a hit by the Requiem, hasn't done enough damage and has the Stampede at the ready. So he'll just be able to walk away from that. Didn't even take 800 damage at the back of it. Has a lot of magic resist, I think 30%, and Mamang Daya held his distance there. Jokum was unfortunately not close by. And now, Shark Squad, they know that the Requiem is down, so they can look towards taking down this tier 1 tower if they want to. It is very healthy, so it's going to be hard. Oh, Hard L. He spotted out Yona. He'll throw out the vines.
Is under attack.
And that means that Yona won't really be able to catch anyone. Gohan now farming up in his jungle. 400 gold away from that Hyperstone. Really wants that Mjolnir. That is the item he's going to be going for. Meanwhile, the Wind Ranger also has that Maelstrom. And this is where the things are. This is where it's different for both carries. Dreamocell is going to be going for that Manta Style next. Wants that Dispel. Towards that top side though, Youngji is there. They also hold Jokum in with that Bushwhack and a Sharpshooter to execute the Tusk.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Morta comes in. Yona though, he has the Ice Path, or rather the Ice Blast. Dreamocell will not make it very far. It is going to be Hard L who is also going to lose his life. And again, these Ice Blast setups coming in by the side of Shark Squad. Teams should start banning out Jollibee's Ancient Apparition. Isn't an initiation coming in by the starter? They'll take out Jollibee. However, Yona is here. Almost able to take out Saime, but Yona will go down. Mamang Daya will be able to pick up a wicked 6 streak and is only about 600 gold away from his Blink Dagger. So once he gets to that, these initiations should be a lot easier for the side of Carstensz. They should also be able to find this tower.
Radiant's bottom tower.
No one really here to defend it, as Gohan now does have his Mjolnir, will start to pick up that Dragon Lance. This Mortha will be a significant force to be reckoned with. Or just a force to be reckoned with as time goes on.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Surprising that Yona is actually going for a straight Shiva's Guard. Oh, caught a whiff of hard L. Bushwhack is also going to come in, as Yona will be the one to pick up the kill. And
Dire's
surprising that he's going for the Shivas rather than the Kaya. The damage increase to his host of spells should be something worth considering, but maybe it's just that slow pairs up really nicely with that vessel for that healing reduction debuff, and also the attack speed slow. So it's a whole bunch of slows that they'll be able to get.
The rune of illusion.
It is going to be Young Ji initiated upon. This time around, they're not going to drop the Requiem. They don't need it. Mamang Daya has an amplified damage rune. It's still a considerable advantage towards the way of Shark Squad, but it's an advantage that you can make up for. I think with the Shadow Fiend's Blink Dagger, this is when Carstensz can truly pick up the pace. They have multiple setups for that Requiem. They even have a physical DPS carry, even though Dreamocell, I mean, he's super far behind. 1, 3, and 1 on the Wind Ranger, and again, the Wind Ranger doesn't flash farm. The Maelstrom is the best item for the Wind Ranger to start to amp up the farm with, but it's really not happening for him. As Yona, he's gonna show up to creep wave. Democell will realize he doesn't want to make his escape. Oh, revealed his position. Yona came in with the stun too, but did not actually catch the Ember. It was the Slaughter that came in with the stun. It was Saimei who came in with the stun. And they'll head towards that top lane. I think it's a play towards that Tormentor. But they need to be careful because the rest of Shark Squad, they also know that this play is underway. It is that 20-minute timing that you want to play around. Yona is here too on the Ember Spirit. Doesn't have a lot of mana available. They'll start things off, but the Syrian Chains, they did find him. However, it's Young Ji who is not going to be available. Sharpshooter is going to come in. It will actually catch a Jokum, but now Yona's going to get held in by the Overgrowth. Few more hits would have been done to Trick, but it's going to be Saimei who got hit by the Bushwhack. Yona will survive. It'll take Mamang Daya to come in with that lost raise, but Mamang Daya will lose his life too. 3 heroes falling, not really worth it for the side of Carstensz once more. They needed that last hit from the Slardar. If Saimei got that, Mamang Daya wouldn't have had to go in. Mamang Daya wouldn't have had to die. Mamang Daya would have been a happy Shadow Fiend. But now he's probably not a very happy Shadow Fiend. He's probably frowning. Again, I think you need a pipe, and once you do get to the pipe, mitigate a lot of the magical damage coming in from the Shadow Fiend. That will put you in a good spot. Right now, though, you're just gonna get bursted every single time they start a fight at the back of a Citrine Crush and a Requiem play. But for Shark Squad, their prize for winning the fight will be this Tormentor. They'll be able to take out Roshan, acquire the Aegis for Mamang Daya. Yona needs to be a bit careful. If he gets caught by the crush, he will fall, as the Requiem is back online. Mamang Daya probably wants to get to that level 18 mark for the level 3 Requiem, and wants that BKB too.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yona very close to his Shiva's guard, but he may not see this play coming in.
Is under attack.
Overgrowth is going to be used, Requiem will be sent out, and Mamang Daya will be able to pick up that kill. And again, it's these setups that are coming in that are essentially guaranteed kills. Towards that jungle though, it is going to be an Ice Blast used. Not exactly a huge kill, but still a kill regardless. The same can be said for the side of Carstensz, that they pick up Jolibe. A 1-for-1 as far as the supports are concerned, but you did lose your mid laner on Shark Squad, so it's an overall advantage for the side of Carstensz. Not really, I think I would say something that will mitigate the kind of lead or negate the lead the Shark Squad have, but I mean, it's the beginnings of the mitigation. Dreamcell still struggling on the Wind Ranger, but struggling less so now that he has the Mjolnir. Will be able to get to that BKB soon. The only question is, how high up will the Mortha be? Because you take a look at the difference between the net worths of both of these two carries. Mortha is on 15,500 net worth, while the Wind Ranger is only on about 10,000.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Are scanning.
What sort of guise is this?
Jokum is gonna get caught, and he's used a snowball, so really has no way out.
Radiant's middle tower
Tragedy
is under attack.
forced off in a Yule Scepter for this support Hoodwink. But Mamang Daya has the BKB, so he's not really going to get held in by the Hoodwink's Bushwhack, or rather the Yules. Not going to get disabled from the Requiem. Should be able to dish it out. As Mamang Daya, is he thinking about the Requiem? Probably not, right? Very risky to go on the Mortha with that Requiem. If Gohan is able to pop that BKB, then he'll be able to turn it around very easily.
Dire's top tower is fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Youngji on this mid lane. It feels like Carstensz, they want to initiate, and they will. They start things off, but Shark Squad, they were prepared. It's going to be Mamang Daya held in by that Bushwhack, taking in a lot of damage and has to get back. Sharpshooter will land, and Mamang Daya, he'll lose that Aegis. Has that second life as the Ice Blast is going to clip Mamang Daya. It's going to be Gohan who'll activate his BKB, attempt to fight back, but he wasn't able to actually protect his team or dish out nearly enough damage. It'll be Gohan held in. They'll come in with Saime's Crush. Sure enough, though, they have used nearly everything, so it will be Dreamcell who'll lose his life. Mamang Daya held in place as well, will be brought down, and it's actually Saime who has had to take out Gohan. He will be successful. An overall very messy team fight for both of these two sides, but it is going to be the side of Carstensz that comes out on top. They got the buyback coming out from that Centaur. And Youngji had no choice. If they didn't buy back, that would have been a full team wipe. 2,800 gold to go the way of
Radiant's bottom
Carstensz.
Attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As it does seem like this lead now is very achievable to bring down. If you're Carstensz, and you can start things off with that Requiem again and again, can probably look to burst Shark Squad before they can fight back. And we saw that the fight back from Shark Squad was a bit underwhelming, simply because Gohan doesn't have that Daedalus, doesn't come in with that overwhelming damage, sure has that Whale, but still needs more of a damage output than he currently does. Oh, Jokum will fall, but again, even the Ember Spirit doesn't actually have that much farm. He has one very big item and one vessel. I mean, he is at the 3rd place position in terms of net worth. We're only 28 minutes in. Saime. Oh, Saime wants to be going in, start things off, but the Requiem was disabled. Coming in from that Stampede as Mamangdaya throws out that Requiem now just to be able to disengage. The rest of Shark Squad, they are on the prowl. May be able to take out Mamangdaya. Yona, though, he uses the Searing Chains, doesn't really find anything. Hardell gets dusted as he has to go back, so this tier 1 tower will actually fall at the 29-minute mark. The tier 1 tower for Shark Squad is still up at the mid lane, top lane, by the way, so it's not as if both teams have any kind of objectives to their name. But it may be the side of Shark Squad who are able to acquire more simply because they know that the Requiem is down. So Gohan has that safety net, so too does Yongji. I mean, they have the pipe as well as the Crimson Guard, so without the Requiem, I'm afraid that is a limitation in Carstensz's lineup. They don't fight too well without their Requiem.
Is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
As Saime is very close to his Aghanim Scepter. Once he gets that, adds in a nice, decent bit of survivability with that Seaborn Sentinel being upgraded.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I feel like Jokum's been caught in this position quite a few times. I mean, he is trying to split the map. Will be able to blink away, but I don't think he's going to get very far. Does dodge that Bushwhack too, and actually dodges that Sharpshooter, but how many of these spells is he possibly going to dodge? He has another one of his snowballs coming up. Mamangdaya goes in for the Requiem. Triple raise is going to be available. Mamangdaya able to pick up the kill on Yona and able to make it out with the gem that hit the deck. That is going to not be worth it for the side of Shark Squad at all, as Gohan really needs to disengage from this position. But I think Saime, he wants to go in. They know that Yona is down. Young G tried to go in for a hoof stomp, will not really find anyone. And both teams will disengage, but again, for the side of Shark Squad, that should be a wake-up call that you can't really go in like that. You have to respect Mamangdaya, who could be lurking nearby for the Requiem.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tormentor is going to be picked up too.
Radiant are scared.
As a brawler in his prime.
Now you have Mamangdaya with an Aghanim Scepter. Now when you get hit by that Requiem, your re-engagement is potentially going to not be possible. Unless you're able to activate the BKB before the fight actually starts. It's going to be Sajiri who will actually catch out everyone's smokes with that vantage point. And in fact, it's going to be Shark Squad who are going to go for a smoke of their own. Both teams want to fight around the Roshan pit, but only one team has a Treant Protector. So they do have that natural information advantage. Oh, they catch Jokum. They'll be able to take him out. But is it enough to head inside of the Roche Pit? Shark Squad seem to think it is. They have the Chrysalis, almost have that Daedalus too. Gohan just really needs his Demon Edge to be able to create that. And Roshan does fall very quick. So for the side of Carstensz, are they going to be able to make it here in time? Saimei thinking about going in. Deadshot gets sent out. Calling is there too. And it's too late. Gohan will be able to acquire the Aegis. It's Saimei who has to use his BKB, but really not going for it right now. Will be able to run back. Gohan did get hit by the shackle as Dreamocell has his own BKB. So you do have the multiple BKBs against each other clashing through. But I think it really, Carstensz are so dependent on a favorable initiation, which makes it hard and also makes it possible. They will jump in, burst down the Mortha. As Gohan, his Aegis is not really going to come off of much use, but now that the Requiem has been used, it may be a scenario where they now look for a fight. Or potentially maybe even towards that high ground that they're going to feel comfortable going towards.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Got it.
Saimei. Ooh, Ice Path is gonna land, and Saimei may just have given up his life there, down for about 80 seconds without, or rather, does have the buyback. As the Requiem is gonna re-up in about a second or two, and they have the Requiem up now, so Mamangdaya may just look to burst Gohan down. Has the BKB as well. And they'll start things off. They will attempt to go for it. Mortha still hasn't gone down though. Has that BKB and will be able to turn things around. Mamangdaya will be the casualty as the wheel is going to potentially expire. Dreamocell really wants to get in there and take out the Mortha, but will not be possible. It will be Hard L who's gonna fall. Ice Blast is gonna land on Dreamocell, who has no BKB. Carstensz so close and yet so far away.
Is under attack. Dire's
The Lotus Orb from Sajiri, that was the difference maker.
are fortified.
He used the Lotus on the Mortha who got hit by Jokum's snowball. So instead of being taken down by the follow-up damage after the Requiem, the Mortha got snowballed and then there was no longer any damage coming on towards her. Then after the snowball, I mean, all he really had to do was activate that BKB. Gohan was very lucky and very unlucky when he got hit by the Requiem.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom barracks is falling.
19,000 of a lead right now. Mamang Daya respawning. Does have another Requiem to play with, but only 19 souls inside of a Shadow Fiend. As Gohan will also have that BKB coming up soon, they will be able to acquire 2 barracks of an advantage. As Jokum goes in with the Walrus Punch, you do have Youngji held in, but he will run away with that Stampede coming in. Yona. Oh, Kyung-ji able to find a 2-man hill stomp. Mamang Daya will just drop. Jokum will fall beside him as Hardell. He won't be able to make it very far. Will end up going down. 3 heroes on their lineup having fallen down. Mamang Daya will come in with a buyback, but cannot keep Dreamocell alive. Dreamocell, who does not actually have a buyback, and pretty soon Carstensz will have to face up against Mega Creeps, and I don't think their lineup can at this time. It is going to be the wheel activated by Aizen as he will fling himself forward with the Hurricane Pike. It is going to be Saime who will be able to make it back to his fountain as the Ice Blast comes in from Jollibee. That will be a full team wipe. That will be Mamang Daya throwing in the white flag, and that will be Carstensz dropping to the lower brackets. Oh man, for Shark Squad, that was a game well won. Game number 1 was very convincing, but game number 2, things could have gone either way, but just that last fight where their carry, where Gohan was able to survive at about 100 HP at the back of one Sagittarius Lotus and Jokum's mistake of using that snowball. I mean, how can you call it a mistake? How can I call it a mistake when you couldn't really predict that Lotus Orb will be the difference between a team wipe and a not, and just winning the fight. I would imagine when you have a Requiem, you throw in as much damage on top of it as you can to take out that one huge carry. And that is what they tried. At the end of the day, though, Dota has always been about a split-second decision, a split-second error in judgment, changing the entire landscape of a team fight, or the entire narrative of a game. It's always, throughout the 20 years that Dota has existed, that has been the case. For now, guys, this is going to be it, but we will be resuming with Lunar Snake Trophy from tomorrow. There's going to be 2 lower bracket matches we have in store for you, so make sure to tune on in then. This is your host, Ultros. I will be signing out, but I hope to see all of you return 12 PM Singaporean time.